Hello, Miss Tamika. How you doing, sweetheart? Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well. Have a great Sunday and a start to a brand new week. A good start to a brand new week. Thank you for stopping in. Blessings to you. I really appreciate the support, and I'm glad that you could stop by because a lot of times when we do these YouTubes, folks don't they don't stay long, so you can't really start a conversation. And a lot of times I know people are busy, but a lot of times when I start these lives, I'm here to hang out, but folks are on the go, and for different reasons. Some people are on the go because they busy, and some people really ain't with you like that. You know what I mean? Or they're not there really. So it is what it is. But I'm here, and I hope you're doing well. I'm not going to hold you because I don't know what your situation is, but God bless you. And thank you so much for coming. Stay safe out here because we got a whole lot of crazy storms and recalls and all kinds of stuff going on. And nobody ever knows when this stuff is going to affect them. So we just have to pray for everything around the world and hope that everybody's doing good and that they can get through whatever the struggles may be, whether it's these storms, finances, health, mental health, physical health. I mean, it's a plethora of things. But thank you so much for coming, sis. I appreciate you. Blessings to you and your family and enjoy. Hello, Spirit in the Sky. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I had went over and holler at your friend for you today. I can't look. I'm gonna butcher the name just like you, Asada. That's why I didn't even say no name because I'm probably saying it wrong. But I went over out of lieu of supporting you, through you because that's your friend. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry that his vehicle got hit. But I hope that everybody here is off to a good start for a fresh new week. And I know that's kind of messed up to start off like that with, somebody hitting the car. I felt so bad to hear that because I know what that's like. You know what I mean? I know exactly what that's like. And it's hard. I pray that he finds some kind of comfort and relief. And, the insurance and stuff is going to work things out for him so that everything will be all right. There's a lot of times, honey, you may have somebody that hit your car and they may not have had insurance. So now you got to pay for it, on your insurance. Now we got all kinds of, folks out here. Everybody that got a license is not a good driver, unfortunately. That's just is what it is. Now, just wish everybody the best. And one thing that I'm coming in there, John. I just got to wrap this stuff up here because I got to put this in the refrigerator so it can get cold. I didn't know we're going to be ready this fast. One thing, a lot of times people don't understand about life. Life is not about having what you want all the time. You know what I mean? Yes, I am doing good. I'm doing good, sis. Hanging in there, getting ready for another round of doctor's appointments this week. And one week I seemed like I had an appointment almost every day. With the grace of God and people like you that I can come on and get all this love and hug and support from makes it a whole lot easier. And I hope you're doing well too. Spirit in the Sky, Miss Tamika, everybody. So you got to wish the world well. You know what I mean? Even though we may have some people in here that are clowning around, you still got to. A lot of times, those folks are the main ones that need prayer more than anybody else. But I just hope everybody, doing their thing because it's getting bad out here. A lot of people don't know, they're not paying attention to the difference between, like, if you live somewhere and, it's prone to, storms and, different things because that's how it is in that climate. But the thing is, things are not how they used to be. All of these things that is going on is worse than ever. This is not the usual. You get what I'm saying? She says, we are driving and I can hear you talking, but I can't hear what you are saying. It's loud in the truck. Oh, that's okay. I just, wish you the best. Thank you for stopping in, Rev. I'm going to stop talking and, I'll type a few things in here. Have a safe drive, spirit in the sky. And that's okay if you can't hear me. I'm just glad to see your face. Thank you so much for coming. Look at my handwriting and I messed that up. I hate when I talk in the mic and it don't type in what I say right. I understand that you're driving spirits. Stay safe. And I'm just here, just talking along. I ain't saying much. All right, let me see what's going on. 'Cause I got a lot going on here. Mm, Seem like this computer is jumping all over the place. Yeah, I wish you the best, spirit. Be safe out there on the road. I'm doing a lot better, Rev. I had to cancel out my first physical therapy appointment, but I finally went to physical therapy. It wore me out, but I did good. And then Friday, I had a doctor's appointment that was going good until they told me that I had to go and get X-rays. So that's a whole nother, can of worms right there. But with the grace of God, I'm just grateful and I'm not complaining. I'm just simply stating, what being human is. You know what I mean? What's happening, brother from another mother? Hey, 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 beautiful people out here. How y'all doing, everybody? How y'all doing? And I want you guys to always understand that anytime you come over here to hang out with me, I appreciate it more than words can say. I don't do drama, but I talk about real things. And sometimes people think you're upset when you're just passionate and you like to talk, especially a lot of stuff. I had a real good the other day, good conversation about mental health. And I know that a lot of people might have got rubbed the wrong way because a lot of folks, their ears are not for it or they're dealing with it, but they don't like to talk about different things about mental health and struggles. But I cover every ground, even a little bit of politics without offending anybody. Whether you're independent voting, you don't vote, you know what I mean? It's all us in the world doing our thing and living our best life. But I never come, on here to hurt anybody. And I know a lot of people got their YouTube channels and they only talk about, unicorns and rainbows and only all of the fun stuff in life, but negative stuff that happens to us is a positive at the same time. Because whenever you have to seek therapy, you're not seeking therapy because you're happy and you're doing good. You seek therapy because you're struggling for something, rather, like I said, physical therapy, psychological therapy. You know what I mean? Psych doctors, mental health, struggling, sexuality. I mean, I'm gonna go into everything. You know what I mean? And then I'm gonna still be smiling through it all because life is consists of so many things that we got to get it how we live. You know what I mean? And like I said before, I don't want anybody to ever think that, oh, she's over there negative. Oh, she's talking about this or she's upset. I can't get upset on here because I made a choice to come on here and have the conversation. Also, a lot of times when I do these lives, I am not the one that paint the narrative of the conversation. A lot of times it's the people that come in the chat. I just had a chat here the other day and we were talking about getting ready, cooking good food and stuff for the holidays. And one of my supporters came in and said they had a death. And we all supported them and changed the conversation over to that. So it don't never be me, coming in from a bad place or hurting anyone or trying to be negative. I never do that. That's not the life I live. You know what I mean? I'm really here through it all. I just, that I don't smile all the time. You know what I mean? And it's good to smile, but we have to be honest. There's sad days, depression, anxiety, financial losses, just feeling down and out. There's a million things that we have to process. So what I'd like to do, I like to talk about all of it, good, bad, or in between. He says, "What do you think about my new fridge, 45, in preparation for the?" Okay. Oh, I already had mine, Rev. I'm making myself do a liquid meal today. I hear you. I had mine, and with the grace of God, everything was good. A couple of months back, Rev. I like your fridge. This is a great place to talk, Rruk. Just some people are mean. Yes, they are, honey. Let me tell you. Yes, they are. And I feel, and I feel what happens with them when they act that way. They want you to feel some kind of way because of how they're feeling instead of joining in and letting it out. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of folks, I watch their YouTube channels and, you do what you want on your spot, right? And sometimes some people may not like it, and that's okay because you always can, click to the left, move to the right. You don't have to stay anywhere. Even sometimes you may have somebody that you're really good friends with, but the topic or the conversation they're having in the live may not be for you that day because you're going through something, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the mean people, and the naysayers, and who are they? Those are the ones that are out here to try to hurt people, because talking about what you're going through is not negative, even though what you're going through may be a negative situation. You know what I mean? And that's what that is. And like I said before, I went over to say hi to your friend, Asada, and I know I'm saying his name wrong, Spirit in the Sky, but I didn't come to your channel trying to use you to get supporters. You know what I mean? I know you said that, Asada is starting off a channel and needs support. That's why I went there, because for the most part, when I go to people's lives, I go to support the host and say hi to everybody, but I'm not on the hunt for no subscribers because I know how to do the work to make my own friends. You know what I mean? But anytime somebody tell me, "Can you support my friend? My friend needs help." That's why I do it. But I'm not going to sit down and just come to your lives or your channel just to use you to get all your supporters when I really don't give a damn about you or your supporters. Because that's what this is when people start being ugly. You know what I mean? And they always say hurt people hurt, but I honestly know that a lot of people aren't hurting. They're just monsters deliberately. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I don't do people that way. You know what I'm saying? What's happening? What's happening? You know what I mean? We got to really, really be able to, because see, this is the thing. Just like us in life, you got a husband, you got kids and stuff. Everything that you do with them is not always going to be unicorns and rainbows. I mean, we like the happiness, but you got to get to the reality of things, especially when it comes to processing emotions and how you feel, and the turmoil that we go through in this thing called life. You're not going to go to a doctor, other than you go for your annual appointment, you're hoping that everything checks well. But at the same time, when you call in, "I had a pain in my back," you're not going to go to the doctor and say, "I'm feeling good," if you know you called to make an appointment to come in because you had some pain. When you go, most of the time, when you go to a therapist's office or you see a psych doctor and get meds, you're not doing that because you're fine. You're having something that needs to be addressed and you need help. That's what I keep trying to tell folks. But I think, folks got to understand that we can't just, and I'm not judging anybody, because you don't have to talk about any of this stuff. Any kind of channel anybody has, they don't have to make their channel about talking about nothing but happy things. And that's super duper amazing for the ones that want that. But for me, because I live in the real world, I need to come on and really share with everybody and get help, and process what I'm dealing with, because it's hard and it's scary. And then you know that you're not alone. And I know for the most of us, a lot of us have a wonderful family that we go to and doctors and stuff, but YouTube give you extra help. Life is not good all the time. No, it's not. Unless we understand that, we're going to always have a problem. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. A lot of people don't seem to understand that everybody got different plans and different things that they're doing in their life. And you're not here to judge or hurt or bring anybody down. You just got to do it. And that's the whole problem too, with a lot of people having a stigma about mental health. It's because people want you to feel ashamed if you are struggling with something pertaining to mental health. People don't want you to be out here in the world and enjoying yourself. They want you to have a problem and to hide yourself. And that's sad, but it's the truth. So it's up to all, people that want, and it's not even just mental health, just about life, just about how it feels because you had a loss or your finances is not right now. You know what I mean? You got the flu, I mean, all of it. All of it's a mixed bag of tricks. And we all need to be able to, vent that out. And, like I said before, there is going to be a lot of people that may not want to do that. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know. I should bring here. Bring this. Yep, you do. And the thing is, that is life. I don't know how anybody could, cover up so much all the time when they know that they're suffering. You know what I mean? I can't do that. I mean, your secrets can make you sick. You know, your secrets can make you sick. So it's up to you to know how much of it you can keep inside. And I'm not saying that everybody wants to let their hair down on YT. They may want to keep that in their family. They may want to keep that at their doctor's office. But for me, I want to be able to talk about everything. And like I said, everything is not about mental health either. But it kind of goes back to your mental health because you can have something wrong with you physically and it will affect you mentally and emotionally. You know what I mean? And then some people are not dealing with bipolar and schizophrenic and, ADHD. Some people don't have any type of concerns like that, but just lifing is a problem. Not, that job you didn't get, then it does go back to affecting your mental health, whether you got a diagnosis or not. You know what I mean? This is what it is. This is laid back life. And like I said, I got a lot of people that come through and they assume that you're doing something negative because you're talking about stuff that they want to hide from. And like I said, if they're not interested in it, there's nothing wrong with that. But don't take it the wrong way. You know what I mean? It's the truth. And then a lot of people don't understand that a lot of the stuff that you go through always ends up back somewhat to your mental health. A lot of stuff that we go through affects us mental health wise, because you could have just say just a toothache, a bad toothache, and that can be very painful. And that's a physical thing, but it will affect you mentally and emotionally. You know what I mean? It all goes back to your mental health. No matter what we say and what we do, it all goes back to your mental health. That's why it's good to be able to get somewhere, not just run into a psych doctor or a psychiatrist, but to be able to talk to everyday people and then different people around the world and make sure that folks know that, that depression that you feeling, it may be a temporary thing for you. And then if you see that it's not, to not be afraid to seek help, no matter what the diagnosis may be. You got to make sure you got a good support team around you in all areas of your life because sometimes your mental health can be triggered by your environment. That's why I notice with a lot of times when kids start school and you see kids behaving a certain way, the first thing the doctor is going to be saying is that child must have ADHD or hyperactive, when in actuality, they don't even have a diagnosis of any kind of mental health disorder. It's the house they live in. They're a product of their environment, abuse. That's another thing I'd like to talk about: childhood abuse and all kinds of stuff like that, and even abuse as an adult. A lot of times it don't even have nothing to do with the child having any kind of mental health disorder or even adult. It's environmental circumstances will just trigger and ruin your mental health stability. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different things that play a big role in us, as far as how we think and what we do. So I just say to everybody, be able to deal with it because I know that there's a lot of things that happen to me in my life that I am able now to go back and tell my younger self at all different ages, you know, I can understand better because at the time I was too young to comprehend. And a lot of times I've had, parents and family members and stuff that made decisions for me. And I thought they abandoned me and it was for my own good, but I didn't know it. You get what I'm trying to say? For real, for real. We play no games. You know what I mean? That's exactly what it is. If you have a diagnosis, or sometimes, like I said, sometimes you don't even have a diagnosis. It's where you're from. It's where you live, how you've been treated. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's not even that. You may get out of living with your family, and because of how your family is, it's very abusive. And once you got out of that home, you were fine. You know, a lot of stuff ain't about your mental health being permanently damaged or a chemical imbalance that you got to live with for the rest of your life. It could be circumstantial situations. You know, like I said, not getting enough food, you know, not being loved properly, and a lot of things too, like I said, that we don't understand when we're younger because we think that somebody abandoned us or we were done wrong. You know, I got one of my really dear pastors that I deal with, and she was saying that she felt like when she was being, you know, abused by her father, that her mother abandoned her, you know, and her mother really didn't abandon her. She was a victim herself. But being a child, you don't understand that. But as you get older, you can go back and, you know, make yourself feel better when you're younger. I mean, about what happened to you when you were younger. And a lot of times I notice that people don't have it in you because you don't understand. Well, why was I taken? Well, why did my mother give me away or my father? You know, and then some folks, they got you in a household and people got so many problems in there that it affected the child emotionally and mentally. Ain't that right? You know what it is, Reb. You know how we get it. But I tell you, I got a million things. And like you said, Rev, you cannot start recovery, Rev, like you said, until you're aware of what's wrong. I'm from Charles. I just put the potato salad together and talk to my wonderful folks here. All I do is I get in here cold and ready for dinner. Telling you, there's no way that you can get on the road to recovery if you don't know what's wrong with you. And finally, let the child inside grow. Yes, and you know what? And it's never too. Oh my gosh! And you ever notice too, Rev? That's why you got a lot of people that don't understand. When you meet certain people, they think, "Oh, well, they're extremely immature. They're not right. What's wrong with them?" And people don't realize that a lot of folks are capturing a childhood that they never had. You know what I mean? You know, and also there's a lot of stuff that you got to go back and try to do over because you didn't get a chance to enjoy it, because you didn't get a chance. Anytime you're going through horrible things as a child, you don't enjoy your life fully. You really don't. Oh, I love that. He said, let the child grow. Amen, Rev. I love it. I love it, Rev. What affects me now is I'm old. That's, that's my life. Long friends have all passed away now, and I really miss having them. Oh, I understand that. Ooh, what is that? Got something good? Oh, wait a minute. I gotta come talk to you about that. Uh, well, I made a pot pie, but the whole thing overcooked. So it burnt out all the meat. It was nothing but a few. I was so disappointed. Few pieces of crust left. That got messed up bad because what I did was I put it in the microwave to bring it down a notch, and I dried it out too much. So everything got bad, burnt out. See, all of it. It got messed up. So let's throw it out because the meat was like chunk. Not really. No, nothing. To be honest with you, and I'm hungry. I was planning on making something to eat because I didn't get a chance to get it out. Messed up. Yeah, I didn't even keep some because I was able to dry it out. That's okay. I'll be all right. You know what I mean? If I'm messed up, that's all right. So yeah, it didn't get much out of it though. I kept showing Sue that. Oh yeah, it'll be a few minutes. I'm just about done here. So yeah, coming right now. Put this in the refrigerator. This needs to get cold. Making some old homemade potato salad. From back in the day. Yes, Rev, everything you're saying resonates so much. Everything you're saying. She said, and the friends are so good for lifting me up. Oh, I know what you mean. And see, my thing is too, Spirit, when it comes to something like that, my thing is I had a lot of friends that I thought, well, they were friends at that time, I guess, in my life. But as we grew up, they changed, with the men that they got with, who they married. And, my really best friends, the majority of them that were real friends have moved out of state and kind of really fell off because I got friends that, that I had got as a full grown adult. And I thought that we were going to be friends for life, but they just seemed to went in a, different direction. And I've never been able to get it back. You know what I mean? Because they have went all the way out, especially, a few of them that got with the wrong kind of, well, they got with a man and they feel like they don't know how to have friendships just because they're married. You know what I mean? And that went, that got messed up. So yeah, but I understand where you're coming from, and I'm sorry that that happened to you, Spirit in the Sky. And I hope that I know that you don't know me, and I know we don't live around each other, but I hope that the rapport and relationship that me and you are building, that we all can have something that can emulate it somewhat, some type of comfort. Because I know how that is when you have, especially when they pass away, and those were like your solid people. Because I had one of my main solid people that I lost in my life, and I promise you, I know God has blessed me, but I have never been the same since. I've never met anybody, and I'm not saying to compare anybody to that person, but I've never found any comfort anywhere since I lost that person. So I understand those kind of losses. And the thing is, I remember as a child when I can honestly tell you when I, was young, elementary school and starting, my first year of junior high school, I had some friends that I was around at my tender years. You know what I mean? The years where you're still playing in the dirt. And then when you start thinking you're cute and you need to wear deodorant now, you know what I mean? Your little cycles start and you start budding a little bit. Those friends that I had, we ended up moving away from them. And I tried my best to keep in touch with those friends, but every time I went back to visit, it was never the same. And I had one friend that I knew that if we would have been able to keep in touch, we would definitely be friends for life, but it just didn't work out that way because I moved away and then I had to, change schools and do all kinds of stuff like that. So we lost contact and I never really got that feeling back. You know what I mean? And it was just situation and circumstances and stuff too. Because a lot of times people even go to they'll start off being neighbors and they go through kindergarten, elementary, junior high school. But then by the time they get high school, everybody's getting older and getting jobs, and then folks make different decisions to go to college. And sometimes when people get in college, it's a whole different life. And you say you're going to call every day and stuff. And some people just, and they just can't keep up with it. And there's no fault of anybody. It's just lifing. You know what I mean? And I promise you, those that the friends that I'm talking about, especially one particular friend, I know for a fact that if she was still in my life, and one of my family members that I lost, my life would be different because of what they brought out of me and what they meant to me and how we were together. Things were never the same. And I never tried to replace them, but I haven't been able to find enough, people like that because those are like diamonds in the rough. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I know. I've been through a lot of that too, Rev. Says in school was labeled severely behavior handicap from age. Yep, I know, and I was labeled like that too. We had to go to the room down in the basement, because your behavior. And the thing is, the problem with me was it wasn't just about being abused. I had some stuff that I was born with, and then some stuff that happened to me as a child. You know what I mean? So I had some disabilities, already that I was born with, brain injuries, and then also, you tie in abuse and things like that, and you got a cocktail right there. So when you go to school, it's like one person, would have two teachers around them just to be able to learn and sit still because your behavior was so off the chart, but you couldn't help it. And and I know it all. Oh man, if we go one of these days, I'm gonna really let my hair down on that stuff, Rev. Ooh, I got a lot to tell you, to tell y'all. Cause man, listen, whew, once you get things like that, the bad that happened to you, you get labeled, but it's not even your fault. I just met a nice guy here, because I'm not even cleared to go back to work or anything yet. But I met a nice guy when I popped in the store right quick, which I kind of regret because I had already was worn out from finally going out to physical therapy. But he was telling me about one of his kids got diagnosed with ADHD, and now he's got another child that's like 2 years younger than him going through the same exact things, and the teachers are giving him a hard time because he's always loud and speaking out and jumping and moving around. And I said that's not fair though for them to treat him like that, because if you guys got a good home, your child is born with a medical condition, and that's not fair for the teachers to you know this discrimination. And it has nothing to do with race. They're discriminating against him because of how he is. You wanted to get your chair over there or not, Charles? You want that chair or not? That one. Okay, what do you want to do? You don't want to get on the floor, right? Because I don't know how long I can stand. That's the problem. You get what I mean, right? I ain't in full effect. No, it's not. And I can switch it up a little bit anyway. But yeah, Rev, I told you, me and you got a lot of stuff in common, and Spirit in the Sky, you as well. And I think all do, just being in this life. Well, wow. Yeah, I know what that's like. Oh, I've been through that. You know what I mean? Let me see what she said here. She said, I'm so sorry. It's horrible then to be. Yes, yes, that's terrible, isn't it? Spirit, that's what I was saying. Problem was that I went through that. And then I was given to my dad so that his mind was able to process everything. And it really hurt. Yeah, I know what you mean. And then you, Rev, and I know that you were up, you didn't understand. You felt like your mother gave you away too. But you know now that she did it to save your life. You get what I mean? That's why I said when we're kids like that, we go through a lot of stuff and we don't, we don't, what is it?
Fried fish fillet.
That don't look right. Where'd it go? Mm-mm. It says fried fish with fries or rice and drink. I just want you to know the live is open, so I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, Sally, sir. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And then you get. I need to get rubber band because I gotta hold this hair back to braid the sides. I want to do those too, okay?
Mm.
Okay, hold up 1 second. I'm gonna go and get. I need the clips and the rubber. Excuse me. Did I fucking clips and the rubber? Fine.
Do anything in Walmart?
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
That got some clips. Yes, Rruk. I just love. And I love having you here, girl. And I love coming over, hanging out with you. I like when you and your husband be driving together, or you in the kitchen, or you be doing something on the grill. Spirit in the Sky. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. It's some of the best times that I can have on this YT. You know what I mean? And then with we're talking with Rev and stuff like that. It's you meet the most wonderful people on here when you find the right crowd. Because I tell you, there's been some rough times, and like I said before, in our lives, we have so much stuff that we're going through, and we don't know how to process it. And then I think also being mean does not make it better. Even when somebody don't understand you, being mean to a person is not the answer either, just because you don't understand them. And I remember, being picked on in school, and people like, if you're in a smaller group or anything that they don't want to accept, calling you retards and all that. I remember that there were some very severely handicapped kids when I was coming up too. Like, back in the days, I don't know if you guys remember, like Jerry Lewis fundraisers, kids that were affected by polio because they didn't have like a lot of them immunization shots, and those diseases was very prevalent at that time, and folks used to pick on them, and I was always friends with anybody. I don't care what you didn't have for clothes. If you had an odor, I didn't care. I just was wanting to be friends and enjoy people. Hey, Hazel Eyes, big up yourself. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. Thank you, Hazel Eyes. Blessings to you. Happy weekend if it's the weekend for you, because some of my people, it's already Monday for them. Thank you for stopping in, Hazel. I was just in your live yesterday. But yeah, we have to watch how we treat people because somebody's different. And that's why I keep saying, I got so many people that keep telling me that they buy certain things for their kids that they know that they can't afford as a family just for their kids to fit in. And that's the worst thing to teach a child, is to worry about what somebody think about you when you're not doing anything wrong and you just don't have certain material things. You know what I mean? Everybody can't afford the latest sneakers, but your kid got on some sneakers. You know what I mean? And if you got to buy sneakers, and I know this one lady was saying that she had her son was being picked on because all of the kids, and this is like what, third grade, all of the kids were wearing the newest sneakers, and her son did not have the newest sneakers, so they picked on him, and he come home crying, and that she felt so bad about him, being bullied because of the sneakers. So what she did was she went and bought him the newest sneakers for him to fit in with some horrible kids. And guess what? She didn't have enough money to pay her light bill just because she worried about what other people think. Mm. You know, it's not a game here. You know what I mean? It's not a game. And once you start teaching your kids to be materialistic like that, that's when you have a problem. Remember when I had a huge new sneakers that went, yeah. And what she was doing was she was teaching her son that it was okay to have your friends treat you some kind of way, which is not right. Just because you couldn't afford the sneakers, you don't have to buy him the sneakers to fit in. You need to tell him that he needs to pick a better set of friends, because now he's got the new sneakers, but you guys, your light bill is due. Now you don't have the money to pay your light. So you're showing your kid a terrible lesson. How do you think it's okay? Just like with these kids now, the parents are getting kids, and I'm not judging nobody. It's anybody's business what they want to do. I'm just saying in general, just speaking. These folks are buying kids that are 7 and 8 year old, $3,000 and $4,000 cell phones and iPhones and stuff, and the kids are tearing them up left and right. But yet you don't have no savings. Or if you have a crisis in your family, even a death, you got to do a GoFund, and a lot of that money that you used the wrong way could have been available for you today if you would have done it right. You get what I'm saying? You are welcome, beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Hazel Eye. Thank you so much, Spirit. You get what I'm talking about. That's not how you tell the kids. You already know what it is. Just think about it. You know for a fact what's in your house and what you can and can't afford. And if your kids is telling you that somebody is not being their friend because they don't have a nice backpack, you get what I'm saying? Like, you may have your daughter you may have to go in the Dollar Tree and get one of those little quick backpacks for your child, and everybody else has got, Peppa Pig and Adora. Do you honestly think that that's right for them to make fun of your child just because you guys financially don't have the money, or you're not raising your kids to be materialistic? It's not fair. And then for you to go out and spend the money to get these sneakers, and now you don't have money to pay your light bill. And the child done messed the sneakers up already, scuffing them up. And you went and spent like what I think the Jordans was like $150. A lot of these kids, it's different. Like if you got like an old iPhone, and you may give it because it don't really work, but you may give it to your kids to play a game on. but you're not going to go and spend that much money on an iPhone. You don't even own a house yet. You know what I mean? People don't understand that. About the viral video of the kid throwing his phone in the pool and throwing a tantrum because he wanted a new one. And you know what? And that's the reason why he was doing it, Rev, because he was raised to be that way. He was allowed to behave that way, and that's the reason why he did it. And see, and they thought that that was something good to show people, and then you get a lot of kids that look at that as an influence, and then they want to copy the same thing. That's not how you raise kids. Even I remember when I was younger coming up, we used to go. They used to have a store. It's an old store. They don't have it no more that I know of, unless it's in another somewhere. You know what I mean? And when we used to go in the store, they used to have like sneakers and stuff right there. The store sneakers, no name on them, just a good pair of sneakers though. They were good sneakers. The soles and stuff on those sneakers was good as Tonka truck, good tread. You know what I mean? And we used to have to wear some of those sneakers. So when you start school, you got sneakers on that don't have no name, but they're stable. They're good sneakers that last the whole year. And because the other kids got the name brand sneakers, which a lot of name brand sneakers are good too, in good condition. I don't mean it like that, but I'm just saying, we used to have to get those sneakers. And if we dare come home saying somebody made fun of us, we would get in trouble because we were told we're not being brought up that way. You know what I mean? We're not being raised up that way. You got food in the house, you got love, you got, clothes on your back. We don't care about what everybody else think. And when you start learning that at an early age, you start building a good solid personality because you were taught better than that. We didn't have nothing to be ashamed of. What? You all have different lives. Just because these kids is a group of kids, and I've always been through that kind of stuff where when you go to school, these kids don't want you to sit at the table because they feel like they own the table and all of them are friends, and you can't sit at the lunch table with the cool kids because you don't have the cool sneakers or the cool backpack. And I tell you what, I sat where I wanted to sit and wore what I wanted to wear. I remember when I first started seventh grade, I had a grass green leotard and some grass green and white checkered pants for the first day of school. Okay. And I thought I was looking good. You know what I mean? And all these other girls and boys had on these name brands and all that. And I was proud of what I had because I was raised up differently. I was humbled. Do you understand what I mean? I didn't care about none of that. Especially when you see they don't know the living. Let them come to yard. Bring them to let me make me bring them to Kingston 12 round them ways. Then they know say what I want. We don't play with that. That's not what it was for me. And I was happy. I was dressed nice. My hair was combed. My body was clean. I had food in my belly. There was nothing that anybody could say or do because that's not how I was raised up. You know what I mean? You have to have a pride in things bigger than material stuff. You can't worry about what the next person is doing. That's not your business. That's not your life. You know? And once I started learning that, I started realizing that, I want to keep that understanding throughout my life because it was a good lesson to learn. Because there's so many problems with kids in school, you know, to where they're always being challenged by somebody else's child because of how they're bringing them up. And like you said, with the child throwing the phone in the pool, I would have never even be allowed to have a phone like that. And even if I threw something in the pool, I'd get thrown right in right behind it. My family didn't play that. And I'm from mixed background, so we got different type of upbringings, and they didn't do all of that kind of stuff. You get what you can afford. Just like if you go and like to the island, like if you're in Jamaica, Puerto Rico, we use every part of a chicken back, chicken foot. You understand what I mean? We utilize the whole of it because all of it's food to nourish your body. And it's not to be ashamed. Even I have, different family and friends that are from, Jamaica and different islands. And a lot of them came in the States and they still eat, even though they can buy, different parts of a chicken, they still eat the chicken back, the chicken foot, because they never got too proud. You know what I mean? You have to crawl before you walk. Hour till we are home. This is the longest ride home. Heavy traffic and rain off and on. Oh, I hope you guys stay safe. Spirit in the sky. Take it easy, right? And just drive safe and idle yourself. And it'll all be, over with before you know it. Long drive. It's a lot going on because so many people are dealing with storms and power outages as you travel through different towns and states that different traffic pick up in different areas. And with the weather, we can never control that. Half the time, we don't know what we're going to get. But yeah, we got to be better than, we got to be greater than our circumstances. And I always say to a lot of people, it's okay to enjoy your life even when you're having problems. And one thing that I promise you guys that I've been struggling with it, but I've been doing my best to understand that this life right here consists of all those kind of things, up and down, birth, death, loss, gain. This is going to always be this way because this is not what God promised us. So this is our test and our journey, and we have to be able to get through this if we want to make it to heaven. Because in this life right now, love and hate will never be friends. You understand? The devil is roaming, to steal, kill, and destroy. And that's all he need is a victim. And as long as we live this life, it's going to always be, you're born to die. We're all born into a dying world. You got to look at, like, even now, the oldest people live to be that I know now is like, man, one of the oldest people that I've seen recently was like 110. But if you look in the stories in the Bible, the great greats, those people were living to be 800 and something years old. She said, thank you. It just stopped and go traffic. Oh, yeah, that's annoying. That stop and go traffic is annoying. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Spirit in the sky. Yes, I mean love some chicken foot. I just had some chicken foot soup. I wanted some red pea soup, you know, but I had to get that's what they had was some chicken foot soup. So I had it and it's so good. The soup is so good, with some manish water, strung up the back. You know what I mean? Salt fish and dumpling. Good eating. Food that make you strong, healthy. Oh yeah, chicken foot. Even with me, I had, we have cow foot soup too. Hazel eyes. We have cow foot soup. We also even with some of the soup, you have the toti in the soup. You're seen it. I know you've seen it before. People don't know. We eat every part. Nothing gone waste. Nothing go for waste. That good old cooking. Oh, I'm glad you're back, Rev. Thanks for coming back in. But yeah, we got to realize that, one thing about it, and two things for sure is that you can lose everything just as quick as you have it. Just like anytime when I go to yard and I tell people that I've been on a vacation and when I was going to yard and I would show them the tape of, us in yard and they would say, "Well, how is that? How are you having a good vacation? The house that you were in didn't have a bathroom." You in your house you have a washer and dryer, and in yard you washing clothes by hand. That's why you have to humble yourself. You never forget where you come from. You got to crawl before you walk. And anytime that I go back, like one of my YouTube sisters right now, she's back home in Kingston and she is doing everything the hard labor way. You know what I mean? Because she leave her house in Canada, beautiful big house, brand new washer and dryer, and now she back home and she know the ways to survive. You understand? She cook up some fish now, you know, and she's happy and more humble with less. People don't realize less is more. You know what I mean? And my other Jamaican friend that went back home too, she's making up her own green seasoning, you know, that you use up. Because a lot of people don't know that these ways you have to learn how to prepare and make this stuff yourself. You don't have to always run somewhere and buy something from a jar. You can take time and buy all your vegetables and stuff and make it yourself. Green seasoning, rum punch, breadfruit. I had to watch the last. silly video. It was very touching and tugs at the heartstrings. Okay, Rev, I hear you. I hear you. But yeah, people they need to take time, instead of always like running on these lavish vacations, take a trip to one of these countries. You know what I mean? Go and see what the difference of having a glass and having bag juice, you know? That's what people need to learn what life is all about. So when you have these things that happen, you still can survive. A lot of people get too spoiled up. I know so many people that, immigrated to the States, and when they go back home to visit, they get too tush tush because now they think they're too good for it, and they forget their humble ground. This is Rruk. You already know that I don't recommend. I know that's right. He said, LOL. I hear you, Rev. I know that's right. You all about the goodness, the positivity. Yeah, we got to watch it though out here because I think a lot of people are getting too spoiled up. As soon as they have a crisis, they don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Because they're living, in a way that they're not paying attention to life. They have no experience. You got to keep, flashlights and all kinds of ways like that. You can't just be living from day to day and running around, going out to dinner, getting your nails done, and then as soon as they tell you you're going to have a storm, you go rush crazy and act a fool to try to buy up all the water and flashlights and stuff when you're supposed to keep them things around because every storm ain't in the forecast, you know what I mean? So you stay prepared. But so many people are so caught up on showing off that they are afraid not to have, you know what I mean? Just like when you were saying, Rev, about the power was out, you were nice and cool about it. But I know so many people that went crazy. That's because they spoil up and they act like they don't know how to, deal with those kind of things because they never care until it happened to them. They're quick to look at the news and say, oh, this happened to them. Oh, yeah. But look, I got it going on over here. So then when something happened over here, you don't know how to handle it because you didn't prepare yourself. You're always supposed to keep some kind of, first aid kit with some, stuff with batteries and candles put up because if anything happened, you'll be okay until the power comes back on. And some people have been without powers a week or two, and that's what it is. But if you stop, getting too stuck up and pay attention to the life is life, and you'll be prepared. Hank Williams Jr.'s and the country boy can start. Oh my goodness, Rev, you something else. But yeah, we just got to know that we know. And you don't meet too many people that want to keep it real. Everybody's in this fast run thing. Even I watch on YouTube, I see that a lot of people gravitate a lot of people gravitate towards who they think can do something for them. So a lot of times, if you have a small channel and they have a small channel, they want to run for the big channel because they look at you like you don't have nothing, right? Just like this one person that I was just in their live a couple of days ago, and they were talking about how they were doing bad financially and that they hope they can get their YouTube channel started because they're really struggling bad and they got some sick family members that they're taking care of, 2 or 3 people that's sick, and they got limited income. And I was in the live talking to the person and asking them basically how I could, what I can do to help. If I can, send you a cell phone or something to help you out, I'm willing to do it. But that person ignored me because they want to go run and get in the live of somebody that's got 50,000 supporters. But that person with the 50,000 supporters didn't offer you a dime, and I did. You understand what I'm saying? I could send you a little stipend. Even though I'm not rich myself, I still could send you a little something. You know what I mean? A couple of times a month, 30 or $40 just to help you out when I have extra. But you ignored me, and then the people that you chasing down didn't offer you a penny, you know? Family tradition. Why do we drink to get drunk? It said, why do we drink to get drunk? Why do we smoke to get stoned? You got that right, sir. He says, Rruk, when I was, my neighbor had a regular washer and she was keep outside. there and everything. I seen her doing laundry so I could feed the clothes into the ringer. Yes, I loved it. You know what, too? I'm glad you said that, Spirit, because what happened was like as we got older, a lot of our family migrated, up into like as they call the states, like the United States, right? And I remember like back when I used to go, I mean, not even just, family from in islands, but family that was like downtown, down south in Georgia and stuff. I remember when we used to go every summer, because we at one point we used to go and stay, a long, long time. But after we started school, we could only go in the summertime. And I remember the last time that I left, my grandmother, she was washing clothes by hand, and by my mother and them getting up and making more money, they were sending them money back home. And when I went back the next time, my grandmother finally got a washing machine, but it was one of them old washing machines, and it was like two rolling pins. And I used to be excited to stand there, just like what you're saying, Spirit in the Sky, and run the clothes to wring them out, and then we would put the clothes to dry on the line because there still was no dryer. And they had a house that they had no power in the house, so they had to do everything by day, and they had to use a lantern. So I know exactly what you mean, Spirit. I used to love that. Old ways. Yes. I used to love doing the exact same thing. I remember that old, and I remember too. They used to didn't have a stove. They used to, they would get out there and make a pit, and they would use like sticks and leaves and coal to start a fire. And finally, when they did get a stove, it was a wood burning stove. And I remember they used to open up that hatchet and drop in wood. You know what I mean? To keep the stove going. So this family didn't have hardly nothing. You know what I mean? When it comes to that kind of stuff, they owned their own land. If somebody passed away in the family, they buried their own. They raised up all of their own, cows and hogs. They grew all of their own vegetables, and they survived. And each time things started getting better and better for them because they had their grown up kids that moved, up from the South or from the island and send them back home money. But the only thing that got sad was a lot of my elderly family members, anytime they left from the South or the island that were older, they came up to the States, they started getting sick a lot. Started all of that stuff with high blood pressure and diabetes and heart problems that they never had because they was eating some of the best purest food. And when they left their homeland, they started coming here getting sick in the States. You know what I mean? They started going to the States getting sick because their body was not used to all the pollution and all the processed food. And I'm not making fun of it because I'm from that family, but I buy processed food and stuff myself too. But I'm just saying things change with them health wise. Yes, that was an old ringer. Yes. And it was like too, it reminds me of the rolling pin that I use, when you're rolling out dough. It was that like that, and you ring it. It was two of the wooden ones. You know what I mean? Two of the wooden ones, they're like rolling pins, and you would put something there that's wet, and then you crank it. You crank it, and it wrings the water out really good, just as good as a washing machine. Spirit in the Sky, as a matter of fact, it would wring the clothes out so good. And then we used to hang the clothes up on the line and let them dry. And it used to be so hot that it didn't even take long for the clothes to dry. By the time you finish ringing and somebody's hanging up, a batch of clothes, by the time you get the next batch of clothes wrung out, the stuff that you just put on the line is already dry, and the stuff smells so nice and fresh, and they didn't have all of this stuff with all of the kind of fabric softeners and stuff. They had natural stuff that they used to make the clothes smell good. And we used to run through, and I know so many young people, when your family put clothes on a line, you like to play and run through the clothes, and they used to always yell out, "Stop running through the clean clothes." And we used to knock the stuff off the line, playing and being kids. We didn't have a bathroom in the house either. They had an outhouse. You get what I'm saying? My grandfather, and this was family from Georgia. I'm not even talking yet about the island, family from the island. But I remember my grandfather. He used to carry a shotgun. 12 gauge. That's how you do. You know what I mean? He barely had to go into town for anything because he grew all of his own stuff. If he had to go in town, it would be like to get some meal or something. You mind your own. Your kids were raised up to know how to cook at a very young age. And they had respect for each other. Families were more closer. You would sit down, and the father would actually know, how old his kids were. You know what I mean? Which kid is who, because you guys spent so much quality time and y'all sat down and had real meals together. And with us too, with that family, they didn't even have a table, no kitchen table at a certain point. We used to sit on the floor like as if there was a table in the middle. You know what I mean? And like I said, there was no electricity in the house, so they used to, you work by the light of the day and a lantern. You know what I mean? And then I remember when, my mother and other family members started sending them money back home. My grandfather and grandmother, they both got these nice rocking chairs that they used to put in front of the fireplace. And how we learned about the news is when they finally got a radio. Everybody used to sit in the house in front of the radio and get the news and know what's going on around the world, because before they didn't even have a radio. This was stuff that they started purchasing when they're grown children, which was like my mother and them that left and made some money to send them stuff, mail things back to them or send them money. And they finally got, so that was the entertainment. There wasn't even a TV yet. You know what I'm saying? Old school. And this wasn't one of those radios that you could plug in or anything like that. It wasn't no radio that you can put batteries in. You had to crank this radio up. You know what I mean? And you have to get off of a signal. You get what I'm saying? To be able to for it to work. So yes, I have a friend like that in Kentucky. She shovels coal to the heat. Yep, of the house. No toilet in the house, right? Until night. Yep. She quit shoveling coal in 2000 when her mother passed. Yes, yes. Her whole family. Oh, yep. That's what it was too. I promise you. And I honestly can tell you that my grandmother, and that's just the South family. If I get over talking to you about family from Jamaica and Puerto Rico, I got a whole lot more to go. But in my grandmother, when she used to have kids, before they even had a dresser, they used to have to line up, different kind of little cardboard boxes and stuff to make a crib, a bassinet. You get what I'm saying? Back then, the old school. You get what I mean? But everybody, a lot of people confuse being independent with being poor. You know what I mean? And it's not about that. And you buried your own. And I remember, in the family, they used to have a burial, area on their property, their land, that you buried your own. You didn't have to pay no funeral home. You know what I mean? And pay for a plot in the cemetery. You already have them spaces available on your property. They all buried their own. Good, outhouse. Yes, I know how to do an outhouse too, Rev. Yep, all the families buried on the property. Spirit in the sky. Spirit going to sleep and just got up. Not even 2 hours. Yeah, everybody took care of their own. You know, everybody took care of their own. And I remember as I started, we started getting, a little bit bigger, and I'm talking about still young, 7 and 8, 5, 6, and we used to go down south. And I remember my grandfather had bought a hog from someone, or two hogs, you know what I mean, bought a female and a male hog, and they started having litter. And one of the hogs that they had, we were looking at the hog like it was a pet. We gave it a name and everything. And, like I said, we would only go there in the summertime because of the fact, like coming from mixed family, you got to make your way around to the, families that you can get to because you're off school in the summertime. And we used to go every year and we would see the hog getting big and stuff like that and playing with the hog, feeding the hog carrots and, hanging over the pen and laughing and playing with the hog. And I remember one day um, we were there, and my grandfather called everybody. He said, "Y'all all need to see this." And that very hog that we had, like to us, it was like a dog or a cat. They slaughtered it. You know what I mean? He shot it, he let it bleed out, and then he butchered it right in front of us. And boy, did it blow our heads off. Yes, corn on the cob. Yep. And that's when I didn't understand because see, we were so little. They had been living like that all along because they were raised to hunt. You know what I mean? They do their own everything. Even with my grandmother, when she was having her babies, there was no epidural or none of that kind of stuff. You had a midwife or your sister and everybody gather around and they put a stick in your mouth and you better go into town with it. You ain't got nothing to numb no pain. You know what I mean? You may be able to get a shot of moonshine after you deliver the baby, and you can't really do too much with that because you had to breastfeed. You see what I'm saying? That old timing thing, old school stuff. So yeah, but that hurted us so bad because we've seen it, but we didn't understand it because we weren't that old at the time. So when he did that slaughtering, oh my gosh, it terrified the mess out of us as kids. I'll never forget that even to this day. I understand now, but with me back then, it kind of scarred me for a little while because I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't understand it. And then, like I said, whenever they had funerals, I seen how they did the funeral is a certain area on their property that they would bury family. So when I started going, like, what we call, United States and going up to the States, to be able to go to an actual wake and then a funeral and then going to the graveyard, I'm like, what is this? You know what I mean? Because I had never seen any actual funerals the way they do it in the States. Back home you do it right on the land and property. You say some good words over that person. You build the casket and everything, you know what I mean, yourself. And it wasn't no fancy, you know what I mean? It's whatever scrap of wood that you have, and you dig it just as deep, just like we used to dig out the outhouses, you know? But now it's like a lot of different things now, and you end up having to pay for everything now, and these funerals are very expensive. He says, yes, the old ways. Yes, Rev. Yes, even back when my mother and them, they told me back when they used to go to school, the teacher could discipline you physically, and your parents would give the teacher permission. You know what I mean? To pop you, to spank you. So my mother and them used to get spankings from the teachers in school because they were allowed to do it. But I know that a lot of that was a lot of good times, and those are the times that I keep telling people that less is more. You didn't have to have a big flat screen TV. We could talk with each other and be just as happy as if we watched a movie. Those was them days where, life was really more quality time with family and everybody hanging out with each other and just sitting there and didn't have much. There wasn't a whole bunch of toys either. Like when we used to go, we didn't have a whole bunch of toys. And when my mother was bringing us down, she didn't bring toys with us. I may have had like a doll, and my brother might have had, a few siblings and cousins may have had a truck or two, but you, as a kid, you didn't worry about all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? You get you a piece of stick and you're playing baseball. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, them is the times that less was more, and very valuable lessons to learn of survival, loyalty, family connection, people really spending time with each other, and humble. And people had good relationships with God and stuff like that. Honey, and if everybody think this liquor that they got in the world now is something, you get you some homemade moonshine. Huh. Okay? Get you some moonshine, honey. You think you getting tore up from all of this, what they got out here, the bourbons and the Hennessy. There's nothing like that what they make back in those days. And even with wine, the way they made the wine now, honey, you could not be like, look, a housewife. They go and pick your kids up from school, and then you come back home, and the kids is playing, and you getting dinner ready and having a whole bottle of wine. Honey, one sip of that wine from back then, you'll be drunk off your ass. I have to say it. You'd be lit. That was yeah. They see. I didn't. I never experienced it, but I know my mother did, and they did. They got beat down, and those teachers were mean teachers, and very abusive. And they had permissions to do it. And like I said, I know so many women that they go pick up their kids from school and they come back and their kids is playing and they're getting in the kitchen and starting dinner and they before they know it they've been undrunk a whole bottle of wine. Honey, you get some of that wine that they made back there natural, honey, one sip and you are totaled. you know times and see all of that stuff was fresh. You know what I mean? That stuff was made naturally. See, people don't know nothing about those kind of ways when you got stuff that's coming natural stuff that you don't have to have a whole bunch of chemicals. Even with pot, I have to be honest, even with pot was different. I remember the math teacher in junior high school and that thick rubber paddle. You could hear the SWAT down the whole hallway. Uh-huh, they was mean. Oh yes, they sure was with them paddles, and those paddles was a good solid wood that'd sting your butt up. Oh yes, ma'am. Oh, yes. And I tell you, if you ever notice too, and not that that's good, but you ever notice that when you come back up in them times like that, you're more better behaved than a lot of the stuff that we got going on these days. I know so many women that are grandmothers, and they are so afraid when their grandkids come to their house to show them something from old school because their parents got them so spoiled up with the iPhone and PlayStations all day long. So when they come to Nana's house, Nana is trying to get them in the kitchen to show them how to cook, but they're worried about this is my grandchild, but they got an iPhone, and when they come to hang out with me and grandpa, that's all they want to do is play the PlayStation. You got to be able to let your the parents know that when they come to my house, we're going to do it a little different here. I want them to learn a few more things that's more substantial. You got to show these kids how to cook and clean and do laundry and stuff like that. You can't. Everything is not about playing all the time. And at least if they're gonna play, put a timer on it. Don't be afraid to say when you come to Nana's house. And they may not think it's fun at first, but once they realize how nice it is to learn how to bake a cake, and then they still was able to go and have an hour or 2 hours of PlayStation time. It all works out really good. But it's up to you with your morals and values. You know what I mean? And a lot of folks be saying, well, my son, when they drop my grandkids off, they want this way and that way. And you have to tell them, this is my house. This is how I'm going to do it. When they come to see me, they're not going to, run wild, in the house. They're going to put that PlayStation up for a while, put that cell phone and go outside and play some old fashioned hopscotch and kick soccer and volleyball. We're here to live. We're not going to spend all that time. And how can you spend quality time with your grandkids if they're on the game system all the time? You can't really do nothing with them because they're zoned out. They can play the games. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it, but how are you going to teach them anything or have any quality time if they're zoned out on something every minute? We got to really get back to some of the old ways because the way the world is going now, you can't be half cocked. You got to be well rounded. You know what I mean? And everybody is so caught up to where kids are not even really going outside to play anymore. They're up in the house eating, snacking. They'll sit there and go through a whole bag of chips while they're on the PlayStation, and that's it. They don't even want to get away from the PlayStation to even use the bathroom. You could be telling them to come on, it's time to put the PlayStation down and do your homework, it's time for dinner, and they don't want to do none of it because they're zoned out. You got to make it count. And once again, when you have, a lot of people that have, grown kids that have children, you got to try to tell your kids, you need to teach the kids some of the old school stuff. You know what I mean? And there's going to be fun coming to Granny's house, but it's not going to be a play thing. I don't have grandkids or nothing, but I'm just saying. When I was coming up, my grandmothers, they didn't do all of that. You didn't come here to horse around. You got in there and you had fun times, but they showed you how to make cornbread. Get out here and learn how to cut the grass, show you how to fold the towels right. And then we played and giggled and. But these days, everything is about letting the kids have whatever they want and only worry about feeding them material wise, instead of feeding the soul. And once you do that, you build people that are materialistic and they have no substance to them. You know what I mean? No blueprint. It's sad, but it's the truth. I meet so many folks that got kids and stuff around, and the kids are so smart when it comes to computers and stuff, but they ain't good at going in here. Do you know how to boil an egg? They're not doing anything because they don't have to. They are being taught to, just live by, the game system. Even when I was coming up back in the days, I remember when they used to have the when we used to get the cereal. Everybody would fight over the cereal because you would want to, you know, play the crossword puzzles and stuff. And y'all remember too back when we used to get that Sunday paper. Dad would want the Sunday paper. The part Dad would want from the Sunday paper would be the sports, and Mom would want the coupons, and us kids would want the cartoon section. And we were so glad to be able to get those little bit of things. That was a big deal to us. Charlie Brown, the Road Runner. You know what I mean? All of them shows. I grew up on Electric Company, Zoom, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Just as I remember the map. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, but it's up to us. Huh? Oh, I'm done. It's got to wipe you down.
Wow.
Yep. But yeah, back in the days, honey. And I tell you, you can keep some of those things prevalent if you don't fall into society's demands. You know what I mean? You got to really be about it yourself. And I know you guys are busy, so I hope I'm not talking you guys too much. I'm just trying to keep a nice conversation while I got some good people around me. But yeah, you got to remember that everything is not about, because everybody always say, oh, you go to Nana's and Papa house and get spoiled. Well, being spoiled, you can spoil a child by showing them how to make some brownies. You can spoil a child by showing them how to, it's clean up time. Go pick up your blocks, Jack. Sally, go and put your dolls away. Those are learnings. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, it's a plethora of things, but a lot of folks get, upset. If you're saying, especially these, some of these younger parents in their 20s and 30s and stuff. You bring the kids and you tell them, don't bring the PlayStation with them. When they come over here, I want them to have fun. We're gonna go out here and plant some seeds. We're gonna rake up some leaves, and we may have a couple of little bit of time for some games and things like that. But the whole time that they're here is not going to be about just living to be glued to a phone. It is what it is.
Yeah. Like detail bonus dog.
Okay, you're still there. Did you see that other thing that was over here, that clipper?
I threw it
Okay, I didn't see where it went.
so on the couch.
Good aim. Good aim. I don't see it though, but yeah, I don't know. Should I get it another time?
Here by that green pillow.
You got a good aim like that? Look at him. Wow. But yeah, guys, we just want to, we're just having fun talking, y'all. Ain't none of us got all the answers to everything. Oh, we live, we love, we learn, y'all. And I know you people are busy. I don't know what y'all got going on, but I don't want to, if y'all got stuff y'all doing. I don't want to talk y'all to death. Mm. Hey, she's like freak. What's going on here? I remember my mother, my aunt teaching. Huh? You said I can't, right? Oh, that's where you're going with?
Yeah.
Well, let me take a peep. You got to ask her too. Did she know anything? Okay, I'll get her in 1 second. Give me a second. Hey, what's happening, Patty Fish? How you doing? Hope you are on the computer plan. I will be signing. We'll let you know when I sign off. Thank you for being here. God bless you, Patty Fish. I love you, girl. I appreciate your friendship and your support. Thank you so much. What spirit in the sky says? She says, I remember my mother and my aunt teaching me my colors with M&M. See what I mean? Yes, spirit. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And you know what I keep saying? And I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm just having conversation, you guys. But I think that a lot of us don't understand how much fun. I remember when I was a little girl, I don't even know, 4, I was put on a stool to learn how to make dumplings by hand. You understand what I'm saying? And that stuff was fun, even if we turned it into a counting game. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It was all stuff that you were learning things, but you were happy, and you got kids that weren't just worried about a PlayStation and a phone, because that's one thing about your children is that they're not going to do no more than you let them. They can't go out and buy these devices themselves. Everything in life is not about a game all the time, but you can do stuff that's just as fun. I used to like all that. It's like you said about them showing you how to know your colors with the M&Ms. I remember, when we used to break it down when we used to do the sweet peas. You know how you got to do the sweet peas, snap some peas, I mean some green beans. All that stuff was fun to me. I was one of the ones that liked to go and sit in there around the grown folks and not be grown and fresh, but I mean, help in the kitchen, learn how to cook. I liked it, all that stuff. A lot of them didn't, but I did. I used to always sit around, and I think that's probably why they call me an old soul from back then, because I was willing to learn and be around, to have the fun when it's fun time. She says, I am well. I hope you are. You know what, Patty Fish? I got a long road ahead of me, but with the grace of God, I'm doing good. I had physical therapy planned, but couldn't start. And finally, I started last week and it did good, but it wore me out. And then the Friday that just passed, I had to go for a follow up appointment with another doctor, and everything was going good. And then they told me, you got to go down for x rays. So I got another problem that we got to have a look at and see what's going on with that. But other than that, God is good. So I'm not complaining, but it's a long road ahead because I had 2 surgeries, at one time. And got to follow up with different doctors on top of other medical issues. You know what I mean? But God has been so good to me that I can't complain. But it is a lot going on. I can honestly tell you that. It is a lot. And I'm being humble and grateful. But also, I live in the flesh. So I got some, some angst. You know how that can be. But I'm good, though. I am good. And I'm glad you're doing good, too. And I thank you guys. I haven't been cleared to go back to work yet either, though. Yes, I'm telling you, I tell you, and to be honest with you, the majority of the people that I run across, spirit in the sky, they think that equates to being poor. You know what I mean? And you don't have much. And I want to be honest, they weren't necessarily, financially rich, but they were morally. You understand what I'm saying? And we all always had clothes on our backs and love and food and stuff to eat. You know what I'm saying? God is good. I'm getting silent now. Hugs, 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 hugs. Thank you so much, sweetie. Go silent. And thank you so much for being here. And I wish you an awesome new week. Patty Fish. And Patty, I want to tell you before you go, girl, anytime you pop up and see me, I always go over to your channel so that I can leave you a comment and support you. But a lot of times your comments are turned off. So I just want you to know that I'd be willing to come over and support you. But you only do something once in a while, and a lot of stuff you post, you turn the comments off. So I can't really get at you. So if you ever see me repeating a comment on one of your videos or shorts that you allow comments, if I comment a few times, that's because I can't get at you no other way. And I understand. You know what I mean? I understand how you got it turned off. I get it. But I just want you to know that I'm there. I promise you. And it's not even just about only because you come and support me. It's because I like your content and I like you. And I mean that. And I'm glad that we all here are friends. I promise you, I hold you guys dear. And I don't say this about everybody on YouTube because, some people just come and go and some people are, just around you. But when you got people that you form friendships with and you really care about, you think about them even when you're not on YouTube. I know I do. I think about you guys, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, Spirit and her husband was taking a drive. I hope they have fun and, everybody's safe. You know what I mean? And I'm not even online. I'm in bed with my husband talking about you. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Yeah, Patty's got the cutest little turtle. You know what I'm trying to say. For real, for real. And I promise you, it's absolutely amazing to come on here and get this love. It really, 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 really has changed my life because I know that I've been blessed with a good family, most of all, God. And for me to be able to have a sister from another mister and a brother from another mother, I feel totally blessed. I don't care if I only have one person that come to my life, I am blessed just for that one person coming. Even if I didn't get monetized or want to be monetized, I am blessed just to have you guys willing to give me a little bit of your time. I really appreciate that. I promise you. And I know you got to go silent, Patty. So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna be quiet, and I'm gonna get back. Look, I'm gonna get back on spirit. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Patty. It wasn't a matter of money. It was family and friends that made my world go around. I promise you, girl. Listen. Do you know how hard it is to? Bye, Patty. So cute. Thank you, Patty. So sweet. Oh, so sweet. Yes, I'm telling you, honey. Let me tell you. Do you know the difference of how loved and nurtured you felt when you were able to sit down and there was no TV? You get what I'm saying? There was no TV. It was sitting there and grandma would have you, sitting. Grandma would be sitting there and it could be your grandfather or one of your uncles and she's scratching their scalp. You know what I mean? And you sitting there and she telling a story about something. You know what I'm talking about? Or you there with her and you snapping peas. That stuff was fun. And I mean, I enjoyed coloring and my dolls and my bike, but those are some times that family was really in tune. You get what I'm saying? You know how a lot of times, and no disrespect to anybody, but you know how a lot of times, sometimes the husband don't know which kid is who and who what grade and how old they are. These men knew back then. They knew back then. They would be just like a woman. They'd say, all right now, I already know, Michael, come down here. I know these your shoes. Even though all four of the brothers got the same sneakers, he knew the men were into it too. It wasn't just the women, it was the men that were teaching the kids, bringing the kids to the doctor's appointment, to the dentist and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? These men did more. And I'm sure there's plenty of men that do. But those times are times that it wasn't about money. Love don't cost a thing. And when you feel nurtured like that, it's absolutely amazing to be able to get together with family and sit down and be around each other and everybody is connected. Everybody's loving on one another and money had nothing to do with it. Nobody didn't care about damn who the heck is voting all the time and arguing about, what's going on with this person and that person. We were just in our own thing and we were better for it. We were better for it. And I can tell the difference of how my upbringing was than what a lot of people today have to deal with bringing up their kids. You get what I mean? In the world the way it is, especially when you live in the States. That's why I like to be off the grid because it's too much stimulation, too much going on. You get where I'm coming from? And I try my best that anytime that I'm around young people or I've cared for folks and their children and stuff, I've always tried to bring them back to the old school because those are the times that you are your toughest and that you're more substantial. You're Tonka built. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And see, with me, I was always a tomboy too. I was always a tomboy, so I could be pretty in pink, and then I could go and and do an oil change. You get what I'm saying? You know, well rounded and not half cocked, multifunctional. You know what I mean? And really, you could go and you can have a problem and you didn't even have to necessarily to figure, oh gosh, I don't got nobody to talk to. You had so many different family members that if something happened to you, everybody come running. Everybody knew what was going on with you. And the food, oh my goodness. The food was so good. Even with a lot, and I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but a lot of the dogs and stuff that we have out now, a lot of those dogs that we have, like they always say, like the pit bulls and Rottweilers, you got to watch out because they're dangerous. When we had those dogs around when I was younger, they didn't have that kind of mentality. It has a lot to do with life and things and where you are and what you're doing, you know what I mean? And what you expose them to. It's just a difference, It's different. I tell you, I love these days. I would love to recreate that too. Oh, must not forget those wonderful times. She says, yep, the children would never know. And it is sad because see there you see this is the whole thing what people don't understand is that okay, I'll just say for instance, then you know exactly what I mean, spirit. Just say for instance, back in the day, you remember like how you said with that washing machine that you used to be happy to crank the clothes. You know what I'm saying? Do you know that there is a lot of stuff like now, obviously, we got all these washing machines that talk to you, dryers that are programmed, but there is a lot of old ways that you can teach children to do things that don't even require the modern technology if you're willing and you're able and you want to. You get where I'm coming from? A lot of folks don't seem to understand that. You can recreate a lot of those settings. I know it's different because you got this fancy washer and dryer. I know that, you got electricity in the house, but there's a lot of things that you can recreate for kids that you did when you were a kid, and it doesn't require any modern technology. You get what I mean? Just like with me and my family, we have decided to start this thing where we instead of us, like just say, like if we could see, we travel, because we're from mixed family, and then also for safety reasons, and just say if we were in what we call look United States America, you know, and you go to a mall, we could be where you are. The mall is 20 minutes away, and we would jump on a bus, take two buses, just to know that we got to crawl before we walk. You get what I'm saying? We could be here and we decide family time is not going to just be movie night because we do a lot of movie night, but family time is going to be us sitting around talking with each other. It's going to be us closing off computers putting up cell phones, talking to each other. No, we're not pulling out a Monopoly game, nothing. Just us naturally talking with each other. Because this is what it was like when we didn't have any of these things. You get what I'm saying? We do that. And it's been an amazing experience to be able to have all of that. You know what I mean? And when we do that, that brings us back to where we're not spoiled, so spoiled that we can't get along without it. You get where I'm coming from? And a lot of people don't understand that you can recreate a lot of the things. You also can raise your kids even around all of that with a different mentality because of what you're allowing and how you're bringing them up. It's up to you, you know, to say, listen, you don't need all these lights on around the house. Turn some of these lights off. You know what I mean? Okay, you want to play PlayStation? Okay, well, you go in there, and I know games can be kind of lengthy. I'll give you an hour or two of PlayStation time, and when you finish that, I want you to go in there and read the Bible, or I want you to go downstairs and fold some clothes. What is the problem? Come on. These are things that's going to give them a better quality of life and independence. Come on. Come on. We can do this. Don't get lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? Don't get lost in the sauce. Have fun. Live this thing called life and stop worrying about everything being so about every bit of modern technology. You know, we may have a dishwasher. I know some of us got medical problems and dexterity issues, but sometimes get your butt in there and wash them dishes by hand. Not popping everything into the dishwasher every minute. Go in there and wash them things by hand. You did it before you had a dishwasher. Take it easy. Sometimes they're a lot cleaner by hand than they are with the dishwasher. But you got to know that you know. But if you're not trying anything, you're not going to be able to do anything. And kids are only exposed. You got to remember, any of us, when you bring home, whether you're a parent or not, an aunt, a godmother, whatever your position is in life, and you have young folks around you, when you bring a baby home from the hospital, a baby comes with a clean slate. She says, that's how we learn to love and respect. That's right, elders. That's right. That's right. And when you bring a brand new baby home from the hospital, that baby is a clean slate. That baby only knows what's taught in the house way before you even send them to preschool. I mean, they may have aunts and uncles around and siblings, but I mean, all of the morals and values begin with you, when you bring them home. You know what I mean? Soon as you bring them home, and they start, crawling and stuff like that, and you're like, no, Jack, no, Sally. Oh, don't touch that. Oh, you're gonna get hurt. When they start crawling and exploring the house, they come with a clean slate, and you have the opportunity to build on that. You understand what I mean? You have the opportunity to build on something positive, something different. You don't have to be like anybody else because we're all different and unique for a reason. So you got the opportunity to say, well, you know what? I'm going to raise this child to believe in God. I'm going to raise this child to be kind. I'm going to raise this child to know that it's fun to play games and stuff, but then you got to go in there and clean up too. Come on, think about it. It all begins at, there's no script, We ain't playing no game. You're raising live. And we really, really got to take this thing serious because a lot of us are just falling by the wayside. I know I've seen so many different people in the store. Like a lot of people that got their grandkids and stuff with them, right? And they'd be in the store and the kids are act the fool. And the first thing they'll say, well, their mother said that they can have the, a couple of candy bars. And you know that child is with you and they don't need all that candy. What you afraid of, well, then maybe they ain't gonna bring them over no more than then that's what it's gonna be. You gotta make a difference. You gotta show something different to these kids because a lot of times, even if they're your grandkids, your son or daughter may be letting them get away with a few things that they need to be taught a lesson or two. There's nothing wrong with that. Bring it back. Take it back. Bring it on back. You know? Stop being afraid that you got to give them what everybody else got. I have so many kids. I remember, when I've had family members that had friends and they would come they would come home like after school and stuff, and like I said, you don't have to be a parent or a grandparent. You could be an aunt, a godmother, a godfather to help along in these areas. But I remember children that get round family and stuff, kids would come home from school and they would bring a friend with them, and I would always ask the child, does your mother know where you at? Because if you look at it, the kids have left home from early in the morning. So they haven't seen their parents all day. So you have to ask, are you hungry? Do your mom know that you're here? And if you need something to eat, I need to know who your parents are. Do you have a peanut allergy? You can't just come here and go up in my son's cousin, aunt, or whoever the child is room and just play and don't have permission for your parents to be at our house. I mean, come on. Come on now, everybody. Come on. Let's come along. Think about it. Folks act like you crazy when you do those kind of things. Well, you got to come in. It's dinner time. You just got out of school. It's time to come home and relax a little bit. You change your school clothes. You go in there and chill out for a minute. Oh, yeah, you can go outside and play, but calm down. You've been gone since early this morning to school, baby. Sit down for a minute. And I'm not saying for kids to come home and be forced to chores and slaving them and carrying on. That's not what I'm talking about. They need to be taught something substantial. Come on, chill out. Relax. Get here and go in there. If you left your room a mess, you straighten up your room. You calm down for a minute. Get you a little snacky poo. And then you can run out there and play with Sarah and Johnny and all of them. But right now, you've been gone. I ain't seen you since this morning. I'm a mama, aunt, cousin. I've been at work all day. We're seeing each other for the first time since earlier. Let's talk about it. How was school today? And you don't have to rush and force them to jump right on homework and all that. The minute they come in the door, they may need to unwind. And then you may have some days they want to come in the house and change clothes and throw down their backpack and run and play with their friends. You can do that sometimes, but give them structure. There's love in this home. There's rules, there's regulations, there's a lifestyle. It all works out always for the good. All of that always works out for the good because you are raising up a lifestyle for these children. You know what I mean? So that they have something positive to look forward to and they know something. Some kids don't even know how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because nobody showed them. But they got the best clothes and the PlayStation and a cute room, but they don't know how to even do it. You truly got to go back. You got to go back and pick up what we dropped. You know what I mean? Because I know with me, any type of child that I've been around in my life and people, kids, they've always can tell you that when they were around me, they learned something positive. Oh yeah, Rruk is fun. And she played kick soccer with us, but she showed me how to braid hair. You know, she showed me how to make my bed up properly. And then I had fun doing it. And then we played. Or she showed me how to knit, how to sew. You know, just little things. Baby steps. Little baby steps. One foot in front of the other. And there we go. That's all. Nothing stressful. Nothing harmful. It's nice and easy. You go one day at a time. One day at a time. Before you know it, you'll be doing 2 steps. Really gotta be better than you guys. They're never gonna know or remember if you don't teach them what it was and show them what it was like back when. Have some fun. Do more than just let them look at a magazine. I mean, not a magazine, a photo album and say, oh, yeah, you know? I'm losing service. All right. I'll see you later. Have a great new week. Take care. Love your spirit. Blessings to you. I'm just talking along. You know how we do it. Because I told you a lot of people keep coming and I keep missing them. And I want you guys to honestly know that I do be willing to talk and hang out. It's just the timing. Have a blessed new week, sis. Have a blessed new week. And thank you for coming. Okay. Let's see. Take care, my darling. I'm going to take time on some music. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. ZP, thank you so much for coming, beautiful. I love you, sis. I hope you're doing good. I hope you have an awesome new week coming up. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate the support. It's been hard out here on YT trying to find, some good folks to stick together. So I thank you, ZP. God bless you, sis. Take care. week. I thank you so much. And once again, I come over to support you, but you have your comments turned off. Just know I try. And I appreciate you. Have a great, awesome new week. Blessings. Thank you so much, Patty Fish. I appreciate you. Have an awesome new week, and thank you so much for your friendship. Bless you, Patty Fish. You are so sweet. Bless you too, Patty. And I hope you have an awesome week. And tell your little turtle I said hello. Thank you so much. It's so nice that we, ran across each other again and we're hanging out like this and supporting each other. Thank you, my love.